ahead.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everyone viewing online and those in the chamber to the April 26, 2003 council meeting. We will begin the meeting with the land acknowledgement, followed by a moment of reflection. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous people, including the historic Métis community in Penetangwisheen. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, especially the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaty First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Now for a moment of reflection. Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the agenda for the closed session for the council meeting of Wednesday, April 26, 2023, my apologies, be received and adopted as amended. To withdraw item 4G, Hugh Murray, Director, Fire and Emergency Services. Fire Chief, Tamara Obi, Director of Human Resources. Reed, Labor Relations, Employee Negotiations, Fire and Emergency Services.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours, Madam Clerk, if necessary?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that Rule 14.19A, as per the Consolidated Procedural Bylaw number 2017-165, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? Against? That's carried. Does anyone have a pecuniary interest to disclose at this time? I don't see any. I know some people are zooming or on Zoom coming in from outside the chamber. So I just wanted to ask again, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? None? Okay. If you find later in the meeting that there is a pecuniary interest, you can declare it at that time and we can deal with it then. May we have a motion to go into closed session, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 2:38 p.m. to discuss C, solicitor-client privilege litigation affecting the municipality, cannabis, solicitor-client privilege litigation affecting the municipality, short-term rentals, a position plan procedure criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations related to the municipality, intermunicipal relations. F, education or training of members in accordance with section 239 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, position plan procedure criteria or instruction to be adopted to any negotiations related to the municipality Oro Center. G has been removed. Solicitor-client privilege, labor relations, employee negotiations, compensation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, and we will be back no later than 5 o'clock because we have a deputation at that time. So thank you, and I'll see council in closed.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm just looking on the screen, and is Councillor Shell? Oh, yeah, I did find him. Perfect, thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to rise from close, please?
Moved by Hutchison. Oops, sorry. Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 4:59 p.m. and recess until 5:14 p.m.
All in favor?
No,
Sorry.
and
My
report
apologies.
on closed session items C, D, E, F, and H. G was withdrawn with approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. May we have a motion for item 5A for the two sets of minutes? There is also an additional motion emanating from the Heritage Committee minutes, and the correspondence has been appended after the minutes.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to close session motions first?
Please.
Okay. Item 4C, moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that confidential memorandum correspondence dated April 25th, 2023 from Chris Williams and Andrea Skinner, Airden Bearless LLP, and presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, and Chris Williams, Airden Bearless LLP, solicitor-client privilege, litigation affecting the municipality, cannabis, be received. That staff and legal counsel proceed as directed by council.
All in favor? That's carried. May we have a motion for item 4D?
Moved by Young, second by Bard. Be it resolved that confidential verbal information, confidential correspondence dated April 25th, 2023, from Airden Bearless and presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, and Chris Williams, Airden Bearless LLP, solicitor-client privilege, litigation affecting the municipality, short-term rentals, be received. That staff and legal counsel proceed as directed by council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 4E, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the confidential verbal information presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations related to the municipality, intermunicipal relations, be received.
All in favor? That's carried. Item 4G was withdrawn from the agenda, so we'll go to item 4H. May we have a motion for 4H, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we have item 4F.
Oh. Well, let's do that then.
Okay. Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the confidential verbal information presented by Robin Dunn, education or training of members in accordance with section 239 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations related to the municipality or center be received.
All in favor? That's carried, and there is no G, so we'll go to H. Madam Clerk, please.
Moved by Hutchison, second by Clark. Be it resolved that the confidential verbal information presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, Tamara Obi, Director of Human Resources, Solicitor Client Privilege, Labor Relations, Employee Negotiations, Compensation, be received and deferred to the May 10th meeting, council meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All in favor? And that's carried, Madam Clerk. And now can we go to item 5A in the two sets of minutes, please?
Yes, we can. Moved by Young, second by Bard. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, April 12th, 2023, be received and adopted as printed and circulated, and that the draft minutes of the Heritage Committee meeting held on Monday, April 17th, 2023, be received.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any amendments to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried, Madam Clerk. May we have the two motions from the Heritage Committee?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that per motion number HC 230417-4 of the Monday, April 17th, 2023 Heritage Committee meeting, once the Hawkstone Fire Hall bell is relocated in the new fire hall, the Heritage Committee consider options, including proceedings with the designation process.
Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. Recognitions of achievements. May we have the motion for item 6A, please, Madam Clerk?
We have another item for the Heritage 5B.
I thought you were wrapping these all up as part of our efficiency plan and doing them all in one, no? Well, then let's go back. I apologize for jumping ahead. Could we have a motion for the second Heritage Committee?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that per motion number HC 230417-7 of the Monday, April 17th, 2023 Heritage Committee meeting and the Heritage Committee Strategic Work Plan 2022 to 2026 term of council as amended be adopted.
All in favor? That is carried, Madam Clerk. So now we'll go to 6A, and may I have a motion for item 6A, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the certificate dated from the Records Management University, Maria Siriani, clerk's assistant, successful completion of the spring semester of the Records Management University be received. That Maria be recognized for the completion of the Records Management University spring semester under the mayor's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any members of council have any comments? I'd like to recognize Maria on her achievements, and it shows the dedication our staff have to continually improving themselves and the services that we provide this township. No other comments. I'll call a vote. All in favor? And that is passed.
And similarly, we have item 6B for Sheila Spring.
Yes, please continue.
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the certificate dated from the Records Management University, Sheila Spring, Records Management Clerk, successful completion of the spring semester of the Records Management University be received. That Sheila Spring be recognized for the completion of the Records Management University spring semester under the mayor's signature.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And once again, you know, we've all seen Sheila Spring has done amazing work over the years, and she continues to excel and try to improve and bring better services to this community and this township. So I want to congratulate and thank Sheila for all of her efforts, and I'd call a vote to council. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll pass that along to staff.
Thank you. So we have no public meetings scheduled. Deputations, we are now at our deputations. The first deputation is 8A. I understand Linda is in the audience. If you'd like to come to the podium and please begin when you are ready. Just a reminder, please, that deputations, if you can keep them to 10 minutes, that would be great. I understand if they go a little longer. I may stop just to get consent from council, but we are here to learn, so we want to hear what everyone has to say.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and councillors for taking the time to hear a little bit about Lakehead University tonight from me. As I was driving here today, I'm really reminded of my own home in Norwich Township. I grew up in a farming community, and I'm just really excited to be here today to speak with you. As we begin, I should acknowledge my colleagues who are with me today. Jackie Kent, Rebecca Truax are here from Lakehead. They're with our external relations team. I'll acknowledge who will follow me, Dave Ritchie, also a very wonderful member of our community team at Lakehead University. Also, two alumni that are on your team, your CAO, Robin Dunn, graduate of Lakehead University, and also John Bard. I'm very happy to see how much of Lakehead is sitting right here in this room, so that's fantastic. As we've been growing in this community, we've been really committed to a story that centers on access to education. And I understand I'll have some help with advancing the slides. So I'll say next slide, please. And we'll see, there we go. Okay, so we really know that this is an incredibly important story here in Simcoe County. One of the reasons Lakehead came to Simcoe County is because we knew that this area had a lower than the provincial average uptake of post-secondary education. And we wanted to be part of the solution to that issue. And we've really done that. We now have a thriving academic community on campus. And on our campus, 94% of our students have at least one barrier to post-secondary education. And some of those include accessibility issues, or maybe they need some mental health support. But we also know that 54% of our students are the first in their family to attend post-secondary, and 24% of our students originate from rural and remote communities. And we are able to support those students through their educational experience. Some of that is financial as well. 58% of our students get some form of financial assistance as they spend time with us. As part of our journey here in this county since 2016, we've had a 41% increase in university degree programming. And I think that's because of the thriving nature of Simcoe County. Since that same year, you've had almost a 10% population growth right here in Oro-Medonte as well. And we have a number of students from here. One of those students is Emily Houghton. And I'm just going to ask that we hear a little bit from Emily at this time, if we can play the video.
Hi, I'm Emily Houghton, and I'm a third-year Lakehead student in environmental sustainability, and I am from Oro-Medonte. When I was considering post-secondary programs in high school, I was thinking of if I wanted to do environmental science or environmental studies, and Lakehead Aurelia actually offered environmental sustainability, which is a Bachelor's of Arts and Science. This program also included a co-op option, which I am in, and I'm very grateful for, because I have gotten a lot of job experience because of it. Lakehead has actually given me probably more opportunities than if I went to perhaps a bigger school, because it would have been more competitive, and I wouldn't have gotten to know my professors super well, and wouldn't have had that one-on-one bond with them. And they got to know me really personally, and they saw something in me, so they took me on as a research assistant for Dr. Florin Pendia. I was helping him conduct research on carbon sequestration in constructed wetlands and grasslands in the Lake Simcoe watershed. And this position actually led to my co-op position as an integrated watershed management assistant with the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. And my co-op placement with the LSRCA has actually allowed me to work with professionals in my field and gain more work experience before I graduate. I think Lakehead, choosing Lakehead as a school was probably one of my best decisions I've made so far.
Okay, thank you, Emily. And if you see Emily out and about in the community, be sure to approach her and ask her more about her Lakehead experience. Next slide, please. I know one of the things that's really important to Oro-Medonte is economic development. And Lakehead is in and of itself an economic driver. We bring $245.7 million in economic impact into Simcoe County and the province out of the Lakehead University campuses in Aurelia and in the Georgian Bay Partnership. And I think one of the things you'll see even more present in your community is we have 253 employees, faculty and staff that actually are living and thriving and excited to be right here in Simcoe County. And many of them live in Oro-Medonte and choose this as their home. We also are really committed to internationalization. I know that talent is an issue that Oro-Medonte is concerned about right now, a growing concern, and that's something that is really important to us as well, opening up pathways to access to talent. Next slide, please. We have now more than 2,000 students on campus between our main campus in Aurelia and our Lakehead Georgian Partnership. 41 of our current students actually come from right here in Oro-Medonte, and we have 109 Lakehead alumni that are living and working in your community. And so it's not just in this room that we have a lot of an impact when it comes to being Lakehead University, but we know that, that we are a force within your community, and we're so excited about that. We also really prepare our students for the workforce, and as you will continue to have growing needs, it's really important to me that we make sure our students are ready to meet them. And so 97.7% of our students are employed within 2 years of graduation, and maybe more importantly, 92% of them are employed in fields that they're super passionate about, things they've chosen to study. Next slide, please. I also want to take a moment to introduce you to one of our researchers, Dr. Sandra Jeppesen. She leads on a project that she calls JEDI, which is a very cool acronym for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And she's working with municipalities and other local partners to really lean into how we can lead on EDI research and development and programming as we seek to make sure that all of our communities are welcoming communities to people from all diverse backgrounds and walks of life. We're looking to really grow the industry partnerships that are based on our research activities. We currently have 116 industry and not-for-profit industry partners, but we're looking to grow this number, and I'm hoping that tonight might spur a discussion about that sort of thing as well. Next slide, please. The other thing that is very, very important to me and I'm really passionate about is lifelong learning. We have an Office of Community Engagement and Lifelong Learning that had more than 1,500 people across Simcoe County participate in lifelong learning opportunities just last year. 750 of those were seniors in our community, and we also work really closely with students in high school and elementary school to make sure that we're meeting those needs and encouraging lifelong learning throughout everybody's lives. So just to finish up, we have plans to grow. Next slide, please. We want to meet your needs right here in Simcoe County. We have plans to grow our annual economic impact to $400 million. And part of that, we're going to recruit and enroll over 3,500 students by 2032. Central to that is a growth in our program of study. We plan to add 10 new programs over the next 10 years, and we really need the input of your township and the other communities in Simcoe County to make sure that we meet the needs of our students here. 47% of our students come from Simcoe County, and we have a really long and important relationship with you here, and we're committed to ensuring that that continues. So I'll finish it up there, and I'd love to take any questions that you might have about Lakehead or about how we might work together going into the future.
Thank you very much, Linda. And well under the time, efficiency too. You guys are amazing. Just one question I have, and then I'll let council ask. Of the 10 new programs that you're looking to bring to the campus, what would be the focus of them?
Well, we've been out, this is actually our 17th deputation. You are the final municipality that we are able to be reaching out to right now. And so what I've been hearing over the last 2 months as we've been heading out into the county is that there are some real needs related to agribusiness as well as health, human resource. I think we have some strengths in business generally, but also in new initiatives related to engineering. And we have a really interesting computer science program and an electrical engineering program that are part of our Georgian partnership. And I think we're hearing that some expansion there might be a good idea too. We also are working with the county on a workforce development survey, and we're just getting the results of that now. So we'll be looking to see what's emerging out of that process too, to see what those new programs should be. But that's one of the reasons I'm here, is to find out what you think they should be, and then we can do the market research to make sure that that's the right choice.
Perfect, thank you. And any other questions or any input as to helping give direction as to what you would like to see at the campus? You put them on the spot, they're quiet. So, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. I presume you've made outreach to the local industrial or commercial operations and received their input as to what type of employee they're looking for and skill sets?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you find that many of your graduates settle in the area?
Absolutely. So we have a very large number of students that come to Lakehead, and of that 47% of our students that come from Simcoe County, many of them choose to settle in Simcoe County. I think that because we are so actively involved with local partners, and we participate in the Local Manufacturers Alliance, and we're connected into a lot of those industry needs. I do feel that that also is what allows for our students to make those connections and stay in this area. 100% of our students have a work integrated learning experience as part of their program at Lakehead as well, and we have a lot of really great co-op programs, and we often see students come out of those co-op programs and then continue to work in the businesses that they've been working with as part of their schooling.
Supplementary?
In terms of accommodation for the students, are they able typically to find affordable accommodation? How do you settle them otherwise?
Through the mayor, that's a really important emergent issue for us, certainly. We're well aware of the fact that housing is an issue in Simcoe County that we're all grappling with, and we are definitely in communication with the county and with the city of Orillia and the city of Barrie to be part of those really important conversations. We do have residents on campus, so we have 230 students that can stay right on campus with us. And we have a housing website that allows for them to connect to landlords. Personally, I've been working on an initiative that would see us set up opportunities for seniors and students to live together. And I'm excited about some of the potential for that as we grow as well.
Me too.
I think the deputy mayor is hoping that, some students will come in and help him out with his duties around the house. Yeah. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Hutchinson.
Hi, thank you. Through Mayor Greenlaw, I really enjoyed this presentation. Thank you so much. And it's exciting to hear that you're looking at an agriculture aspect in your 10 new programs. I think particularly for Oro-Medonte, I think there's some great opportunity around trying to attract students that want to continue to be involved in agriculture. My question for you would be then, is there also an opportunity for the university to be looking at some sort of social enterprise leadership courses that could augment the agricultural piece?
Thank you. Through the mayor, we are working with Georgian College and have had one offering of an executive leadership program that works to develop leadership expertise across all kinds of different organizations. And we have historically offered a targeted version of that for not-for-profits. In terms of social enterprise, I'm very excited to say that we are very open to partnerships that might be meaningful in that area. We've had some great conversations, for example, about bringing youth on campus to do some work in the community gardens that we have on campus and also in our medicine wheel garden. And we're working closely with those groups now to see how we might move that forward. So we're very open to those things. And if the councillor has any idea about various things we should be pursuing, I'd love to hear from the councillor.
Awesome, thank you very much. You probably will hear from me. It's a passion of mine.
Yeah. Thank you. Just in a bit of a follow-up to Deputy Mayor Lavoie's question about housing, is there an opportunity or is there any plans to increase the capacity of residents or build more residents on campus?
Thank you for the question. This is something that is, we're just starting to talk through right now. There are some innovative ways that people are increasing housing opportunities on campuses across the province, and we're certainly keeping a close eye on that. Ways that we might partner with others to make those solutions become possible for our community. The timing is perfect. I feel like residents is full for the first time this year, and it means that we need to be anticipating future growth there. So it's certainly high on our agenda of priorities.
Perfect, thank you. Council, do you have any other questions or inquiries? I want to thank you very much, Ms. Rosenberg. I think I'm excited because it brings great value. I think more kids as they grow up and go to post-secondary school don't want to make the long trek to Ottawa, don't want to make the long trek to London. If they could get the education in the fields that they're looking for locally, it's much more economical for them. And you know, as much as they may not embrace their parents all the time, they actually do miss them when they go away. So it's one of those bittersweets, right? So I want to thank you very much. It was a very informative and interesting presentation, and we look forward to working with the university moving forward.
Thank you so much. And I will say, just as I'm leaving, we're only 14 minutes up the highway from here, and I would welcome an opportunity to show any of you around campus if you're interested in coming and visiting and learning a little bit more there on site. So thank you so much.
I look forward, and I'm sure we will take you up on that offer. Thank you. So the next deputation is a gentleman who needs no introduction if you've lived in the area for a long time. Dave Ritchie has been a former councillor, but he's also a spokesperson on behalf of Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture, and he's going to speak to us about the federation and activities of Simcoe County's Agricultural Federation in the area.
Well, thank you, Worship and councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm Dave Ritchie. I'm also the acting president of the Simcoe County Federation. We represent 1,560 members across the county. We represent all aspects of agriculture. And yes, as Linda mentioned, I'm part of the Lakehead PACE Committee. She was being modest. She missed one thing. Our local MPP, Jill Dunlop, has now put some funding out of her ministry through OMAFRA, and now we're going to put some chairs up in Lakehead University for Vet College. I believe 2024, something that we're all been crying for, and kudos to the staff. They've been working very hard, our MPP and Lisa Thompson, the minister. So we've been rooting for it. Something they also, for the farming community that I've had a touch base with, is the research farm that Tarlak Singh. They have quite a research farm up there right in Thunder Bay. And so there's a lot of good stuff that's coming out of this, and we've been funding them through grain farmers and OMAFRA. We got Minister Thompson give them some more research dollars to carry on the program. So I know I'm using up some of my time to promote them, but we're all one happy family and we're all working. We've been crossing the county all winter doing deputations and speaking to different councils. Simcoe County Federation is now celebrating 83 years in the municipality as an advocate for agriculture, and we represent all walks of agriculture. We support the 4-H clubs, we do bursaries, we have some outreach in Farmers Feed Cities, which is going to come online in 2024, which is an education piece that we have. We just got wrapped up our Keep Kids Safe program. Last 2 weeks ago, we had 63 kids come to a dealership and teach farm safety to them. I guess the big thing is, what does agriculture mean to Simcoe County? And it's simple, we're business, big business. We generate $1.1 billion worth of economic activity within our community on 1,846 farms. 54 of those farms have on-farm processing, and you will see in a second here, if I can get the IT person, Donna, there's our screen. If we will play the video, I believe your worship and Deputy Mayor have already seen maybe this, but the rest of the council and staff, So if Donna wants to play our video, when we got COVID, we couldn't do our outreach, so we made a whole bunch of videos. So this is a snapshot of agriculture. There's some of the people in this snapshot are in Oro-Medonte. Lori Chambers is part of here. So Donna, if you want to play that, please.
This is a farm that we bought at just north of Wyvale. There's 130 acres here and 250 across on the other side of the road. We rotate the crops every year, corn, soybeans, and wheat. It helps with disease resistance. The weed control is better. You try to get away with as little spray as possible.
So her dad is QB, so her dad's a quarterback, and her mom is 16B, who is Rita. We affectionately call Rita, so this one's called Baby Rita. Her number's 4J, and she was born on January 1st.
Come on, girls! Come see me! Hello, pretty girls!
There's always things to be learned, and a great resource to work with your associations, people in the community that are in your industry and in other industries.
So as a horticultural farmer here in Simcoe County, one of the most important programs is the Seasonal Agricultural Worker Program. These workers you see behind me have anywhere from 5 to 10 to 15 years experience coming back to my farm.
When we buy land, you want the sandy loam land, but you also want it near a reliable water source. So whether it be a river or a stream nearby. The Simcoe County area has been good to us.
This machine is multifunctional. It does a little bit of everything. In 3 passes, it will mow, spray, fertilize. It has the ability to prune trees, fumigate, cut Christmas trees.
We really appreciate that people take the time and the effort to track down their favorite maple syrup supplier, their favorite vegetable supplier, and go to the farm or go to the farmer's market. So it just goes around and around. People support us, we support local businesses, and away we go. We have the luxury of having Georgian Bay not too far from us, and that provides us with a little bit more moisture and a little bit more heat too as well. We have excellent land here. There's a good amount of topsoil and good soil too, and it's an excellent place to farm.
I'm a farmer right down to my core. There's no doubt about it. I love farming and I love the cows and the crop and all the rest of it. That can really inspire and motivate you to get up in the morning.
So those are some of the people that are in Simcoe County. Johnny Miller, for example, he started an on-farm dairy, and he was processing milk, selling bottled milk in a glass bottle like they were 50, 60 years ago. He's back at it, and with a lot of work, it's taken off. So we have actually several dairies. Sheldon Creek is another one. But Simcoe County has a unique situation where we have weather, we have climate, and we've got soil, but we've got the people. And some of the people in Simcoe County, like you see in this video, are cutting edge. We're second to nobody. And I think if there's a message or a takeaway from today, agriculture is a big part of the county, and we're being squeezed we're losing over 400 acres a day to urban sprawl and different things. And, pardon? A day in the province. So they don't make farmland like they used to. We're not against development, that isn't our point, but we're talking about building smart, building up, not out, around, not over. And let's use some rough land that's not valuable farmland. We have it here, and we need to be preserving it as times, because where are we going to be in 5 years or 10 years from now? How are we, if we're going to bring these people in, how are we going to feed them? We have farmers here now that's dealing and working in 3 counties, or 3 countries. Some in Mexico, some in the US, some here. Some of them are having to move north. But I guess at the end of the day, I appreciate this being able to speak with you. And if there's any questions, I would be glad to host anything. Some of the conversations that Councillor talked about agribusiness, we've started some of the conversations with Lakehead and some of the programming. That's part of the reason why I was put on the board, to bring the agriculture component to it. And they've been, at the staff, Lakehead has been very receptive. So with that, Your Worship, I'm open for questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ritchie, and I thank you for the presentation. I agree with one of the opening comments, is that farming is big business now. It's not, and we don't have to reflect too far back when we lost a farmer who was the deputy mayor of this township, Scott Jeremy, who brought a tremendous, words can't describe the brilliance and tremendous knowledge he brought to this council, and will always be missed.
Yeah, personal friend.
Yeah, no, and I think, you know, it's right. We need to look at a balanced approach moving forward. We can't stop growth. Growth is inevitable.
True.
But we need to ensure that what we are, we're an agricultural municipality. Yep. And we got to remain focused on that in order to preserve the good quality farmland that we have, because when you build on it, you won't grow on it during my lifetime anyways. And so I think the words you shared with us, we need to really absorb, understand, and think of how we want to move forward for sustainable agricultural activity. And I thank you for that. So I know there's some questions from council. Councillor Clark?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, more of a comment is just to echo your statements. We are fortunate here in Oro-Medonte to have some fantastic farmland, and we need to make sure that we as a council and we as citizens and we as residents are respectful and responsible with that land and the duty that comes with that land, and supporting, as the video said, the people who are doing our maple syrup and growing the animals. And you know, my father was a dairy farmer, very proud of that. His father before that, and we've been in Oro-Medonte for a long time, and I think it's something that's not lost on us here on council, the utter importance of our heritage as a rural agricultural township, and thank you so much for coming in.
Okay.
Any other questions from members of council?
Through you, Your Worship, we're also a resource. If there's anything agriculture that you need help with, planning or development or whatever, we have a whole team. OFA has a whole team of researchers and people available at your beck and call if you need some help, or help with language or discussion or what's going on with the rest of the province. We're here to help.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor Lavoie had a question.
I have a question, and I don't want to spring this on you, but obviously there's a growing concern with the growth of cannabis-related products, which are seen as an agricultural product. And I'm wondering whether the Federation has any comment or advice or guidance, perhaps, to give to townships in terms of how to address this issue.
Through you, Your Worship, we've never really landed on a true position, for the simple reason is different areas have different scenarios. Some of the growth that we've seen in the cannabis thing that was legislated to come out of the chute with the federal government maybe could have been better thought out. It's just popping as some of these licenses. So I think in looking back retrospectively, maybe we got to relook at what we're doing with it. I know there's a lot of communities and a lot of municipalities have the same problem. I know when I was on council, we had one pop up that the people were growing it with other people's licenses. So it's a catch-22 sort of thing, but I agree. It's something to be looked at.
Well, thank you. Any other questions at this point? Well, Mr. Ritchie, I want to thank you, and I actually want to commend Mr. Ritchie, for those who don't know, served on as a member of council in Tiny for many years as well, and he's given a long dedication to providing to the communities and in service, and I'm sure we'll see you at the Elmdale Maple Syrup Festival this weekend. At the end of a
I'm not in the slog song
You're not
contest.
in the well, you know, I thought for sure you'd be conditioning for that. But.
No, I got scrapped. But one more comment point. July the 6th, put it in your agenda. Welcome all. The Simcoe County Federation's annual summer barbecue is back in play. It's going to be July 6th at John Beatty's Potato Farm, south of Alliston. And come one, come all. It'll be on our website. We're using Everbright to link up, but we hope to have as many municipal people there as possible, and we can showcase what we're doing at the south end of the county. We're having a bus tour of several potato organizations, the vodka plant and the grain elevator at Beaton. So please, you're welcome to come.
Thank you very much.
With that, Your Worship, I thank you for your time and your counsel.
Okay, so the next deputation is by Zoom. It'll be Jill Lewis, Senior Planner for the City of Aurelia, and James Diapollo, the Urban Strategist. So, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Diapollo, I apologize. I know I can mess up a name as simple as Smith. So when you're ready, if you want to continue with your presentation, please.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for having us here today. My name is James DiPaolo. I am a planner at Urban Strategies, a land use planning and urban design firm based in Toronto. And I'm here with Jill Lewis, as you mentioned, a planner at the City of Aurelia, who's been stick handling the update to the city's Downtown Tomorrow plan. This plan has been a bit of a roadmap for the city over the past 10 years, guiding various investments and initiatives. So we're really excited about the plan update and the opportunity to reimagine downtown over the next 20 years. Next slide, please. Urban Strategies prepared the original Downtown Tomorrow plan back in 2012 with an overarching goal of creating better connections between downtown and the waterfront. A huge part of the planning process was the Downtown Aurelia Design Charrette, where we engaged stakeholders and the public in a week of discussions around change, the type of change that they'd like to see in the downtown. As these conversations unfolded, we were testing ideas for physical change by creating this foam model that you see here, which is still hanging in the walls of City Hall today. Next slide, please. The foam model was the basis of a digital model of downtown, which illustrated concepts for different areas of the city, the scale of new development, new connections, new parks and open spaces, etc. These were supported by guidelines for private redevelopment as well as public investment. Next slide, please. The current Downtown Tomorrow plan it's a comprehensive plan, but it's also very strategic and targeted. It included 33 strategic initiatives that you see here on the screen for the city and other groups, city builders to pursue over the life cycle of the plan. These initiatives fall under 7 overarching goals, and I'll walk through these goals and highlight some of the successes over the years. Based on our conversations to date with stakeholders, we believe that these goals are valid today and they'll be carried forward into the plan update. They largely represent best practices in downtown revitalization. So the purpose of this plan update is largely to update this list of strategic initiatives to reflect what's been completed, to to identify things that are no longer relevant, and then to realign the plan with how Orillia and how the world have changed over the past decade. Next slide, please. So the first goal is to increase the residential population downtown. Successful downtowns have a critical mass of people living, working, and visiting the area to sustain local businesses, keep streets lively, for example. So the initiatives under this goal related to unlocking development opportunities downtown through private redevelopment, the conversion of upper stories of downtown buildings for residential uses, for example. So the redevelopment of the Front Street Plaza, the FRAM development, is a major outcome here. Next slide, please. The second goal is reinforcing downtown as a civic and institutional hub. We just heard from Lakehead University, major institutions can bolster a downtown, an entire region. In the context of downtown, they generate foot traffic, they increase livability, and they create opportunities for collaboration. So the rec center is a major outcome here. It draws people from across Orillia to the core, and it also makes living in the core more desirable. So relating back to that first goal, a big question mark here is, of course, the future of the hospital downtown. So the update of the plan will need to consider the future uses of that site should it leave the downtown, or at least that part of downtown. Next slide, please. The third goal is celebrating downtown's cultural heritage and activity. The historic character and cultural scene of Orillia are a key part of local identity as well as the local economy. So people come to Orillia to experience these things. The farmers market, the new home by the library and the Opera House was supported in the Downtown Tomorrow plan as an opportunity to drive more foot traffic along Mississauga Street. Other initiatives haven't taken off, but the plan update will consider new opportunities to support heritage, arts, and culture. Next slide, please. The fourth goal is enhancing the shopping and dining experience. Successful downtowns offer stores, restaurants, and other experiences that are distinct from what's available at the mall or at shopping plazas and big box stores. Sometimes it's as much about the experience and setting as it is about running an errand, for example. Through stakeholder meetings, we've heard that downtown businesses in Orillia are doing well, especially considering the impacts of COVID. New businesses have opened, and then the redevelopment of the Front Street Plaza will also help to, in a way, extend that Main Street retail experience to the waterfront and create a stronger relationship between these two parts of the city. Next slide, please. Goal 5 is improving connectivity in the streetscapes. So the intention here is to ensure that it is easy, safe, comfortable, and enjoyable to get around downtown by all modes of transportation. But thinking about pedestrians and cyclists in particular, again, the redevelopment of the Front Street Plaza will facilitate new connections to the waterfront, and the reconstruction of Centennial Drive, which is underway, will create a new waterfront boulevard, but also set the stage for new development in that part of the city. The city has also updated their multimodal transportation master plan, identifying bike connections, and has streetscape enhancements lined up for Mississauga Street and certain cross streets in the downtown. We feel that this will be an important component of the Downtown Tomorrow plan update, with some level of focus on creating better pedestrian connections to the city's municipal parking lots. Next slide, please. Goal 6 is creating new spaces for playing, gathering, and relaxing. So the current plan recognizes the extent and the quality of parks and open spaces along the waterfront, but it also considers opportunities for enhancing these with new uses and activities. The plan also considers the need for new parks and open spaces, especially to support the extent of population growth that is hoped for. In particular, we'll likely look for new opportunities for parks and open spaces in the core, as there's not a whole lot of public open space between the waterfront and Victoria Park. Next slide, please. And the last of the 7 goals is promoting Aurelia and enhancing the visitor experience. A few successes here include new branding and identity and directional signage to better connect visitors to what Aurelia has on offer. A downtown hotel hasn't come about, or at least a new one, but we think that this is definitely something worth pursuing still, with the goal of encouraging people to not just spend an afternoon in Aurelia, but stay overnight or perhaps over the weekend. Next slide, please. Just an overview of our project timeline. We kicked this off with Jill and the city project team last summer. We did a walking tour of downtown to reflect on change that has taken place over the past 10 years. Took a bit of a pause for municipal elections and then began stakeholder meetings. Next slide, please. We met with Aurelia's council and the mayor in the first quarter of 2023, and then with Rama First Nation back in March to understand their views on the future of downtown, as well as how they'd like to be engaged over the course of the project. We have a downtown charrette scheduled for May 9th and 10th. It's an event that will bring together stakeholders and the public to envision, the future of downtown over the next 20 years. And after that, we'll be putting together an update to the plan and then further engagement in the form of an open house, likely in the fall, with the plan targeting approval this year, so in December 2023. Next slide, please. So that is, it's a bit of a whirlwind, but it's an update on our process, as well as the goals of the current plan, which we think are still relevant today, as we mentioned. And we're receptive to any questions you might have, and I've put a few up there just to get the juices flowing, but we're interested in hearing what you might have to say about the challenges and opportunities facing downtown today, the types of initiatives that are worth exploring over the next 20 years, and in particular, what are the key priorities for 5 years and 10 years, as opposed to the longer term vision of downtown Aurelia. So thank you.
Thank you, James. Questions from member of councils, Councillor Bard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. DiPaolo. Just looking at that first goal was to increase the population in downtown. It's kind of timely that we just had a presentation requesting to protect the farmland that surrounds the town. So I guess those population numbers and projections have increased since 2012. Is there a plan to try to get more people downtown so that the city is making use of that and not sprawling out into the farmlands?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. The city is also undertaking a growth management strategy, which Jill might be able to speak to. We're not involved in that project, but we look at it from an intensification point of view, looking at where there are opportunities within downtown Aurelia, so within the built-up area, for increasing the population through infill development. So through the charrette, we'll look at where are appropriate places for more intense forms of development in Aurelia. We heard from stakeholders that the scale and character of a small city like Aurelia is what people love about it. So we don't aim to change that, but there is an imperative to think more sustainably and about different types of development. Yes, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? I guess, Mr. DiPaolo, no, I guess, so from this is kind of separate from the Bill 23 Build Homes Faster model, and it's more focused on kind of, I guess, services and parklands and a multitude of things, then focused primarily on residential growth. Is that correct?
That is right.
But of there are some places like the development along the waterfront and stuff. Is there much focus, or have they identified much residential development in those areas, or is there a number homes this development plan would encompass?
So the current plan does identify certain parts, not along the waterfront per se, as there's not a huge amount of vacant land along the waterfront directly, but off of Centennial Drive, for example, we in the current plan, which we're updating, it did show opportunities for new communities in those areas. There has been some development over the past 10 years, not to the extent that was visualized in the plan, keeping in mind that it is a very long-term vision for the future of Orillia. So what we heard from stakeholders is that Mississauga Street, the main street, isn't perhaps the best place for major redevelopment and intensification or height, for example. But southern parts of the city, of the downtown, for example, where there's vacant industrial lands, if those could be unlocked through creative solutions, perhaps there are opportunities for intensification there.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And Deputy Mayor Lavoie, I believe, had a question.
Yeah, I guess it's just in terms of your comment with regard to a critical mass of population in order to achieve the goals that you're looking for. Can you share what that number might be?
Jill, I was just going to reach out to Jill if she has any sense for intensification targets for the downtown core related to some of the growth management work that the city is also working on.
So we don't have that fine grain detail. So I think the 2012 Downtown Tomorrow plan spoke about 4,500 people coming to the downtown. And so as part of any of the work that we've done thus far and any other planning exercises at the city, we don't have that fine grain. And we're actually hoping that this update to the Downtown Tomorrow plan will establish what a population target will be for our downtown, because we're really hoping to essentially port this update of the Downtown Tomorrow plan into the writing of our new official plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jill. Any other questions of members of council? No? Okay, so I'd like to take this time to thank you very much for reaching out and informing us of this and educating us on the development, James and Jill. And you know, we look forward to working with you moving forward as a urban, I guess, neighbor. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Madam Clerk, now I know you're giving me the motherly, you didn't stick to the game plan. I'm going to ask that we can have, there's 3 motions for each deputation to come forward. We were on such a roll, I didn't want to take the momentum away, so.
I agree.
Okay, so could I have the motion for the first item of 5A, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the deputation by Linda Rodenberg on behalf of Lakehead University, re-update on Lakehead University's Orillia campus be received.
All in favor? That's carried. And could I have a motion now for 5B, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the deputation by David Ritchie on behalf of Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture, re-functions and activities of Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture be received.
All in favor? That is carried. And 5C, please.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young. Be it received that the deputation by Jill Lewis, Senior Planner of the City of Orillia, and James DiPaolo, Urban Strategies on behalf of the City of Orillia, City of Orillia Downtown Tomorrow Plan update be received.
All in favor? That is carried.
And correction, be it resolved should have been instead of.
My apologies.
Nope.
Okay, so I'm going to call that again. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so identification from the public of agenda items of interest. Is there any member of the public present that would like an agenda item moved up on the agenda? Oh. Can you hold for a couple of minutes? Sure. No, that's great. No, thank you. No, I'm just kidding you. Thank you. The one thing, Madam Clerk, we may have to, do we want to have the motion brought forward now for 11C that was the cleanup, or do you want to leave it until?
Mr. Mayor, we have open forum, and I believe there
You
are
want
some
that
people
first?
who will be speaking to that
Okay.
potentially. So if we could have the open forum first, and then
Okay.
we can address 11C right after
Okay.
that, if the chair
Perfect, thank
requests.
you. Madam Clerk, is there anyone registered, first of all, for open forum?
Yes, there is. We have 5 registrants. They are all in person.
Well, they're all present? Okay, so
Yes.
there's nothing that has to be Zoomed in, so it's just all the, okay, perfect.
That's correct.
Okay, so I guess I welcome everyone to come in person to speak at open forum. Just as you know, 2 minutes is what you're permitted, and if you want, do you want to call them in a specific order, or should we have a mad dash for the podium?
We call them as they have registered. That way we
It
can
takes the
ensure.
excitement out of the chamber, Madam.
Yes, I tend to do that.
Okay. Thank you. Could you please call the first person to the podium, please?
Yes, Grazo Palumbo.
That's a typo, it's Gratz, but.
Oh, Grass, okay. My apologies.
Thank you. Good evening. This is really just an opportunity for for me and my brother to come in and say hello and get a chance to meet you, even though there's a gap between us, and for you to meet us. We own Democrat Homes and Oro-Medonte Estates. I've emailed you all. I think you've had a chance to read the email, so you know our position. We're also here to answer any questions you might have and clear up any issues that may exist. We've been working with staff for the past 5 years to get to this point. We've really see this as a partnership. We always have. And we're excited for the next stage. So obviously we were a little disappointed after the last council meeting, because the crux of it is that part of it is a maintenance, ongoing maintenance issue, and the rest of it is just scheduled development. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, for responding to the email. We appreciate it. Good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gratz. Any questions?
Gratz is my first.
My Gratz, sorry.
It's okay.
And Mr. Mayor, just for the record,
Sure.
Mr. Palumbo was speaking to item 11A, so for
11A.
public listening.
Okay. Yeah. Was there any questions that council had at this time? Seeing none.
No.
Thank you, and thank you for reaching out with the communication. I appreciate
Our
that.
pleasure.
Madam Clerk, do you?
The next registrant is Enzo Palumbo on item 11A.
Mr. Mayor, we'll make this even shorter. I'm here to answer questions and just reassure everyone that we're committed to working in a cooperative fashion with all parties involved, whether it be the Environmental Committee or town staff, as we have been all along. So thank you for listening, and any questions, we're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of council? And I just got to check my screen. I should have mentioned this earlier. 2 councillors tonight are joining us via Zoom. Guys are out of town, and Councillor Shell just finished having shoulder surgery, so he's laid up in a sling for a bit. So I appreciate both of them, though, for taking time to Zoom in and make sure they're a part of the decision making. Madam Clerk, could we have the next speaker, please?
We have David Johnston. My apologies. We have David Johnston on item 12C.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Oro-Medonte Good Neighbors Association or Alliance about the short-term enforcement, or I should say the short-term accommodation enforcement report that was tabled today. You have an email that was sent to each member of council yesterday, and of course we've sent it to the clerk for follow-up just to make sure it's in the official record. What we'd like to do is just draw attention to 2 points that are made on that correspondence to you about, and especially we're supportive of this coming forward, and the intent of that report. And we congratulate Curtis Shelswell for bringing it forward. The 2 points we would like to make, of course, in this very long journey with the whole issue of short-term rentals, is that the first one is there's one slight factual error. Our experience with this didn't start in 2018. It started actually back in 2017 with a lovely couple called the LeMays down in Lakeshore, who basically sent a letter to council from their lawyers saying that basically this is a non-conforming use. It's illegal. So we've been living with this for 6 years, and with the issue that we haven't had enforcement over those 6 years. So this has been a very, very slow train coming, as you can imagine. And the second point is something that Mr. Shelswell draws attention to, is the safety of our staff here in the township coming on site to deal with a disruptive short-term rental. And there's been numerous incidents of this, and that has been documented in some of the documents that we produced through the Oro-Medonte Good Neighbors Alliance. We would like to add to that a consideration of the safety of the residents. This is a critical point. We've often talked about in presentations to council that it's very important that we basically enforce our bylaws that make it illegal in residential neighborhoods for these commercial enterprises to be run. And one of the primary reasons is the safety, not only the peace of mind of the residents, but the actual physical safety of the residents. And so the safety of the staff and the safety of the residents are conjoined.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. And Godspeed in enforcing this and putting resources into it. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Any questions, council? No? Okay, so Madam Clerk, could we have the next speaker, please?
Hartley Woodside for item 11A. And then, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Woodside is the last registrant. We did have one withdrawal.
Okay, thank you.
Hartley Woodside. I spoke 2 weeks ago on behalf of the Coulson Area Environmental Committee, and I'm here really today to thank the council for listening, and for the people who came out and looked at the site at Forest Heights. I'm very appreciative of that, and just for taking the issue seriously. I stood up the last time to bring the concerns of the Environmental Committee, particularly with respect to the Homeowners Association, to the attention of council. I have Mr. Palumbo here. He has assured me through an email that this has been taken care of.
We forwarded the articles of incorporation to Derek Woodlow.
That's fantastic. So I would reinforce the idea that Mr. Palumbo has been cooperative has been a leader on the Environmental Committee. He's been very good to work with, and so I just here to really say thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woodside. You know, if I had a comment, I said it would be I appreciate both parties also communicating in order to get to a solution that's amicable for all, and you know, I look forward to that continued kind of communication and relationship. Okay, so Madam Clerk, we can now potentially deal with 11C. Or does,
Yes, Mr. Mayor, 11C, because we have a time restriction for Ms. Obie.
please, thank you.
Perfect.
Could I have
Thank
the
you.
motion, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the correspondence dated March 27th, 2023 from ML Consulting, Deputy Mayor Compensation, and presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, and Tamara Obie, Director, Human Resources, Township of Oro-Medonte, Council remuneration be received.
Thank you. Any comments or questions at this point from council? Just let me check my screen for. I see none. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Sorry. We were on a roll.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. It was purposeful to be received, Mr. Mayor. That's step one.
Yep.
There was an expectation that Ms. Obie could provide clarity if required, because we anticipated some other direction from council regarding this matter.
Okay, thank you very much, CAO Dunn. That said, I'll call the vote now. All in favor? That is carried. So now, Madam Clerk, may I have a motion for 11A, please?
Mr. Mayor, excuse me. With respect to actioning, receiving the correspondence from Mary Ann Love with respect to 11C, Ms. Obie and I were both anticipating direction from council with respect to what to do regarding the recommendation laid out by Mary Ann Love.
Okay, so 1 sec, please. Okay, so
Mr. Mayor, Tamara will speak to the item.
Okay, no, so Ms. Obie, will you feel free to go ahead and speak to the item when you're ready, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. With the change in the role of the deputy mayor, we did approach ML Consulting and ask for a documented process to assess and determine what a established rate of pay for the deputy mayor, combination deputy mayor and member of council salary. In order to enact this would require an amendment to the remuneration bylaw, which has been attached to the council agenda for all of council's information. That would be the first phase in this, sir, is we would need direction that council is directing that the bylaw be amended to reflect the base pay for the deputy mayor of $37,237. This bylaw, in addition to that, this bylaw will also require an amendment once we conclude collective bargaining and determine what our COLA increase will be for 2023, as the bylaw is reflective of the actual salaries that members of council receive on an annual basis. This bylaw also, again, bylaw 2022-015 is with respect to all remuneration and expenses for members of council, including per diems and any expenses associated with council's respective duties and responsibilities, including mileage. This is the opportunity that if there is changes required to the committees and local boards, this is the opportunity to make any amendments through that process by members of council. I know that there was some discussion regarding Lake Country, sir. As in the past, that was a staff position that is now a committee that a member of council has been appointed to.
Correct.
And that was one portion. And if there was any other areas of discussion that council wanted to have regarding the remuneration bylaw and any changes or proposed changes that members of council would like.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Obie. Yeah, I believe that the two items that were to be addressed was the deputy mayor salary. And just for clarity to the public, last council, when they did the boundary realignment and added a sixth ward, we decided to merge one council and one ward as a job. So one of the councilors would become a deputy, excuse my language, terminology, would become the deputy mayor. But there was no adjustment made for the increase of responsibility and duties that had to be performed. So that is why that came forward, and we appointed a counselor to the Orillia Lake countries, which was done by staff before. So those were the two things. Does anyone have any comments or concerns as to what's been laid out in the report? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the floor. I think it's in this current state of how our council is made up, in the sense that someone has two positions, this makes sense. So from this I'm trying to be very specific, because I think there should be an appetite for people on council to relook at how we appoint our deputy mayor, and maybe go back to the position of having a direct election, but that's obviously a matter for another time. But I think it's important that we do reflect the deputy mayor's additional responsibilities versus what used to be required of the deputy mayor. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you very much, and I concur with your comments. It is a lot more to take on as an individual, and they should be compensated appropriately. Any other comments on this matter from members of council as I check my Hollywood Squared board and I see none. So CO Dunn, please go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, there is a second point that's being added to the resolution that's on the floor for consideration by council, based on the 2 points that were identified for council regarding the consideration for remuneration for the deputy, 2, the placement of a councillor on Lake Country, and 3, an adjustment, as Ms. Obie indicated, from cost of living once we are concluded discussions with staff. So that would be in the form of a updated remuneration bylaw coming back to council, and the clerk has something drafted, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Please, Madam Clerk, could you read?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young, be it resolved that the correspondence dated March 27, 2023 from ML Consulting, Deputy Mayor Compensation, as presented by Robin Dunn, CAO, and Tamara Obie, Director of Human Resources, Reed Township of Oro-Medonte, Council remuneration be received, that staff bring forward a revised remuneration bylaw for council's consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on that? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to CEO Dunn. I just wanted to get clarity. The actual rate of increase that comes back to council for council's remuneration, we'll have a time, maybe at that time, to either decrease it or increase it, depending on what the cost of living allowance comes back as?
Councillor Clark, there is a process embedded in the bylaw, but that bylaw will be back before you. And council can make that determination. Right now, it is consistent with cost of living adjustments that are directed to bargaining unit exclude staff.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Just so I'm clear that, again, there will be recognition for the Lake Country committee on which I'm a part of, is that correct? In the next council meeting, or is that correct?
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yes, Tamara, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Young. Yes, there will be recognition for Lake Country. The changes in the recommendation that will be included in the bylaw when it does come forward is that the effective date will be January 1st. That will amend the deputy mayor's salary to January 1st, 2023, as well as provide the opportunity for you to submit a per diem request for any meetings that you've attended for Lake Country since January 1st of 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Obi.
Yes, thank you very much for that clarification, Tamara. Any other questions or comments at this time? Then I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion for 11A, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the verbal form presented by Derek Whitlib, Acting Director, Development Services, and correspondence dated April 13th, 2023, from Pearson Engineering be received. That DS 2023-028, Derek Whitlib, Acting Director, Development Services, request for the removal of holding provision by Oro-Medonte Estates, Inc. for Forest Heights Estates, Plan 51M 1246, Application 2022 ZBA-02, Part Lots 1 and 2, Concession 7, Oral, Township of Oro-Medonte be received and adopted. That draft bylaw 2023-027 to remove the holding provision applying to the lands in the Forest Heights Estates subdivision, registered Plan 51M1246 be brought forward for Council's consideration. That the applicant be advised of Council's decision under the Acting Director, Development Services signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Just before we call a vote on this, Mr. Whitlib, would you like to comment on this at all, or at this point?
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, I don't think I have any additional comments that aren't already covered in the verbal matters form, so I'll happily answer any questions that may come up.
Okay. Is there any, I'll open the floor if there's any comments or questions or discussion at this time. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? I see none because there's too many hands up already. So that is carried, Madam Clerk. And then may we have a motion for 11B when you're ready, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that OCS 2023-05, Brad Robinson, Infrastructure and Capital Projects Coordinator, COA TV Trail, Memorandum of Understanding be received and adopted. That Director of Operations and Community Services be authorized to execute the Memorandum of Understanding with the Central Ontario All-Terrain Vehicle Club, COA TV, for a 3-year period, 2023 to 2025.
Okay. Is Brad Robinson, or is it Brad Robinson? Would you like to comment on this at this time?
Mayor Greenlaw, if I could, it's Sean here. I'll maybe just provide a quick overview, and certainly Brad and I will be able to answer any questions from council. So as council and the public can see, there's been a significant amount of work that's happened relating to on-road use of all-terrain vehicles dating back to 2004. We do have a off-road vehicles bylaw that regulates the use of on-road use of off-road vehicles. And this specific request, although linked, is different because this is specifically relating to a trail network. And we do look at this very similar to the agreements we have with the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs. So this report, as outlined in the background, there was a trial period that was implemented in 2022. Part of that approval from council included a public consultation process, and there was pretty extensive consultation in all of the requests going back to 2004. Staff have always been of the opinion that a trail network is a good option for the township because it does provide a place for ATVs to ride, keeping them off of areas that they shouldn't be riding in, such as sensitive wetlands, private property, etc. So the report does cover the feedback we received from our stakeholders, the Ontario Provincial Police, the County of Simcoe Forestry Department, where the large part of the trails are. And if you notice on the trail network, really the intent of the club is to provide links to the County of Simcoe and forestry properties, and the roads do provide that link, not only through the township, but across the county, as well as feedback from municipal law and Oro-Medonte Fire and Emergency Services, as well as operations. And we haven't seen any significant issues. I think additional comments that I can offer, the club has actually been a great partner, not only for us, but for the County of Simcoe, as well as the OPP in doing compliance and enforcement and helping us in education. If we do have areas where use is problematic, things like additional signage or even work with the individual property owners, the club's been there as a partner to assist with that where we didn't have that level of assistance before. So there is a memorandum of understanding, and this is again very similar to the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs, that there are provisions within that memorandum of understanding to terminate the agreement in writing, either through the club notifying the municipality or vice versa. We have recommended a 3-year renewal, and that's consistent with what we do with the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs. The reason is just to try and minimize some of the administration back and forth and bringing these reports before council for execution, and they're subject to annual review. We will be coming forward with some updates and some recommendations with respect to our agreement with the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs for the next snowmobile season. So we do have an extension of insurance from a liability and risk management perspective. So that's certainly something that is a benefit to the municipality and the establishment of that trail network. And again, we've had a willing and an active partner in both education and enforcement of the trail network, as well as some of our existing ATV regulations. So happy to take any questions.
Okay. Members of council, questions regarding this matter? No. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Binns. Mr. Binns, do we find that there's sufficient and adequate signage, both with respect to the location of the trails and also signage perhaps for the areas where ATVs are not permitted?
Thanks, Deputy. Good question. With respect to, and it really is kind of a two-part question. So I think with respect to the trail network, most trail users now are accessing the trail mapping through digital applications. So the club does have a really good link to that. They also sign their respective trails, and they're required to do that for their own risk management. So that I think is well signed. We have worked with the club as well, where there's been issues where additional signage has been required. For example, the unopened section of line 5 has been problematic for ATV use. So we've signed those areas where we've had issues. As you can appreciate, we have a very large area, and to try and effectively sign things, it wouldn't be cost effective to do that. So we've been taking more of a reactive approach, that where we have areas that are problematic, then we'll look at how we address that. But I think education is, I think, more effective than signage. And I think overall, with respect to the club, it's been working well. And with respect to our bylaw, it's been working better than not having anything in place. So I think it seems to be working well, and that would be our feedback on general signage. So we'll continue to look at that, but I haven't heard of areas that have been problematic since the revised bylaw, as well as the establishment of the trail network.
Thank you, Mr. Benz.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions at this point? I guess, Sean, just a couple things, and they're more for clarity for the public and understanding that. So when it comes to signage, am I correct in is that the organization provides a signage that marks their trail system, so that's at their expenditure that they do that and maintain that, and we basically provide the signage more for where they are prohibited, and we try to keep them off of certain areas. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor Greenlaw. And if we did have an area that was problematic, perhaps adjacent to the trail, whether it be a municipal property or a private property, then we would work with the club, and the club would look at educating their members or putting barricades or additional signage up, or looking at some interventions to address whatever that particular issue is. And as I said, we haven't had many of those issues.
And I guess the only other thing, just because I think it's a good news story that how the club also takes a proactive approach in helping with the maintenance and of the trail system and any repairs that need to be done. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit? That it's not all doesn't all fall upon the shoulders of the township.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's part of the relationship, I think, with the club that. You can see in the comment section from the County of Simcoe where there's areas where there was erosion. The club kind of worked with the county to undertake the remedial actions that were required there. And if we experienced similar issues within our road allowance, whether it be in our ditches or in the shoulder of the road, which we haven't seen, the club, we would certainly work with the club to address those. And it's really no different than how we work with the Federation of Snowmobile Clubs that, do present some issues to our road surfaces and the shoulders of our roadways as well.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think the good news story is that the club has done a very good job of building its relationship. And maybe some perceptions that were misconceived earlier on. Sorry. And Councillor Hutchinson, you have a comment or question?
Hi, thank you. Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, it's more of a comment than a question, because this is something that I've followed very closely since prior to my being a councillor. And I know in Ward 1, it is debated a lot between different groups, whether they are pro or anti having ATVs in the area. And I think that what we've seen is we've been able to break a healthy balance here. And, the folks that want to ATV are able to enjoy that. It's worked out respectfully, I know, in our ward. And I think it's a nice example of the type of collaboration that we can have with the ATV organization and the township, and people striking a fair balance between the two views on ATVs, and it's working well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchinson. I concur with your comments. So, and if there, Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I just noticed or previously read this report, and you have answered, I guess, the majority of my questions. I just note that on page 4, about halfway down, it says there have been requests for use of several other county forest tracts, and the county is not prepared to approve further trails and without additional consultation. I'm just glad to see that. And I assume that applies to roadways too, that before there's any further expansion, that there will be consultation with the area residents, because there are complaints that may not come to your attention or the police's attention, the OPP's attention. But I can just tell you from my personal experience, I have 2 ATVs, and they both stay on the farm, although one is licensed and to go on the roadway, but I do not. But in any event, for the last 20 years, the kids have been flying by there, and for 20 years they've been doing it. I can assure you that none of them have insurance, license plates, or on their vehicles. But And even, I guess that's just a matter of some enforcement up on Ingram Road there. That's not a major complaint, it's just to bring it to your attention that there has been in some areas a lack of enforcement, I guess, and I guess until such time as somebody brings it to the attention of the organization or the OPP, that will continue. But again, I just come back, Sean, to I was just glad to see, because I know that even though that the trail system has been set, you still hear people complaining about it. But I guess they accepted it's the bylaw, and that's it. But that's my only comment on that, Sean.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call a vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried, Madam Clerk. And now we are, I want to make sure I don't jump ahead and make you haul me back, but my agenda says 12, so may we have a motion for item 12?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the reports as listed under item number 12, reports of municipal officers for information only, be received. A, CS 2023-10, Yvonne Aubuchon, Clerk. Read 2022 Annual Accessibility Report. B, CS 2023-16, Donna Hewitt, Director of Corporate Services. Robin Dunn, CAO. Read 2022 Township Legal Expenses. DS 2023-029, Curtis Shelswell, Chief Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, Short-Term Rental Accommodation Enforcement.
Okay. Members of Council, the floor is now open for discussion. Are there any questions or comments regarding these three reports? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the floor. I just think it's important for members of public to be to take the time to read 12B. Township legal expenses have been a pretty significant bill in years past, and it's important that the members of public are made privy to that. And so I really thank Donna and her team for bringing this forward so that everyone can have that information. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Any other further comments? Deputy Mayor Lavoie, I see you reaching.
Yeah, I would just like to reinforce the comments of Councillor Clark. There's certainly a trend towards increasing litigation. We can anticipate, I think, challenges to our official plan coming up with regard to changes there, particularly in the area of zoning. So Council has provided this year in its budget for additional funding to recognize the costs that have taken place, certainly within the last couple of years, and hopefully with enhanced alternate dispute resolution mechanisms and the kind of cooperation we saw tonight between a developer and a concerned citizen, we can move forward with less litigation. However, there will always be dispute. That's just the nature of running a corporation and having many members and residents and concerns. So those are just comments on that particular item. And thank you, Ms. Hewitt. And I also want to acknowledge Councillor Hutchison, who must be around 3 o'clock or 2:30 or something where she is right now, for her persistence in attending this this meeting from abroad.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. And I think to echo both comments from Councillor Clark and Deputy Mayor Lavoie, we're in a time and place in society where it's become very litigious. People are following things much closer. There are more disputes, but I think what we're trying to look at moving forward is a way to set a process up and some procedures that allow us to vet conflicts that come before engaging legal counsel and getting into a lawyer battle. So, hopefully we can bring, our goal is to definitely drastically, significantly, it's redundant, but bring the cost of legal fees down. And we will do everything within our power to do while being responsible to the public. Okay, so that being said, I'll call a vote. Oh, sorry, no, I shouldn't have spoke because now people got questions about what I said. My apologies. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Yeah, thank you for this report, Donna. It's my understanding this is the first time that this has been presented, I guess, to the public, if I'm correct about that, and council in this form, in terms of.
In this form, yes, and I think it's part of. We want to be transparent, so it's not just about transparency. It's about educating the public that, you know, when conflict comes up, and we do have to go to legal engagement, it's very expensive, and it's got to come out of the taxpayer's pocket. So we want to ensure that we pick the battles that are necessary to fight and balance, because at some point we got to stop going back through the OLT and court systems to fight things, and spending money recklessly.
Thank you. If I may continue.
Please continue. I apologize.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I just, when I first saw this document, I was just amazed how much money is going out the door towards legal costs, almost $1 million. And just as you indicated, Mayor Greenlaw, that part of our platform, I guess all of our platform and knocking on doors and during the campaign was the premise and the understanding that we would be a more open council, a more accountable council, and a more transparent council. And I think that this is another step, we should say. We have done other steps prior to this and in that direction. But it's in terms of those words, accountability and transparency, it's up to us as elected officials to breathe life into those words. And I think that by virtue of this document and others forthcoming, that we have indicated that to the public in general. But I just wanted to state as well that I think this is this a biannual document, Donna, that's forthcoming, or how often will this document be made aware to council? Because part of that, which we indicated before, suggested before, we base decisions as to whether to go forward with litigation at times on the amount it's going to cost us, or it has cost us in the past. And the other comment I just want to know, I noticed that often what was expected, budgeted for in the actual expenditure numbers exceed the budget part. But what is the budget for 2023 for a number of items going forward? This is a document indicating 2022, as you know, but there must be some indication as to what the costs are going to be there, or the budget for certain items for going forward. Thank you.
Is that, and do you want me to try and answer that for you, or did you?
If you're capable.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Fortunately or unfortunately, we can't predict the legal costs we're going to incur in any year, because we can't foresee what items are going to get challenged. We can't foresee what goes to an OLT and whether the OLT gets appeal. There's multiple things. We did add 1% to this year's budget in order to help absorb it more effectively and efficiently. A lot of the success will be is how we close or conclude some of the files that are currently open. You know, I honestly think that everybody who gets elected, who has the privilege of being elected to a seat on this council, does the best with what is before them at the time. You know, we've taken on a number of items that unfortunately didn't get closed last term, but it wasn't from a lack of effort from the council members that sat at this table last term. Some things are in our control, some things aren't. And we all see that with how long it takes for the courts to respond or an OLT come down with a decision. So I think all we can do as individuals currently in our seats is do the best that we can and be respectful and responsible and as transparent as we can. So I hope that sheds some light on it. It may not hit the nail totally on the head and into the board, but I hope that kind of gives an understanding that it's a fluid situation, that unfortunately we can't draw the line in the sand every year on legal fees. Okay?
Sure, thank you. Just my comment was that that they have budgeted, and my assumption from that is they estimated or budgeted what it may cost for this year, 2023, but I understand fully what you've indicated and what you've answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Excuse me. I think as part of the budgeting process too, we also planned to introduce budget updates on a quarterly basis. So I think that will help guide us in terms of where we stand with the budget, and should there be modifications necessary, they can be made, and certainly we will understand through that process which projects are moving, in accordance to the plan or not. And the other thing I did want to address was item 12C, which was Mr. Shelswell's report on short-term accommodation enforcement, since we are speaking about litigation. I think the principal idea here is that the enforcement program seeks to align land use with the residential aspects of the zoning bylaw and other bylaws. This gives us an opportunity to bring what Mr. Johnson said earlier in terms of public and staff and employee safety home, and also to create better and more safe communities for all of us. That's what we want really when we moved here. We didn't want communities that were operated in a commercial fashion. I think the other thing to say is that staff and council are all aligned in this mission. So we will be backing up staff with their initiatives as they move forward. And I think it's important to stress that staff and council will be taking a progressive enforcement procedure in mind. So the more we are called to respond to a particular location, the more strenuous the response will be. And we ask, given the number of operating short-term rentals or temporary accommodations or other violations of the residential land use that might be occurring, that people measure their urgency of their requests for response or complaint to the township on the basis of the level of disruption. And in time, we will, through triaging of these events, be able to deal with the concerns as they arise and going forward into the future. So we ask for a measure of cooperation, both from those people who have concerns about short-term rentals and for those people who may be operating short-term rentals, to reconsider your position with regard to the zoning bylaw and your compliance to it. So that's my only comment on that matter.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So lots of great comments and input on three well-written reports. Any other comments at this point before I call the vote? Oh, there you go. Councillor Schell, please go ahead at your you'll have to unmute yourself, that's all.
All right. I think I am. Just one comment on the cost of the expense of litigation. It came to my attention by a couple of my constituents. They wanted me to ask this council when they will stop spending taxpayers' money on objecting to OLT's decisions. I mean, taking the taxpayers back to court to fight the OLT's decisions. That was just a comment that was put to me, and I'm just going to put it out on the table.
Yep. No, thank you. I guess the comment is our decisions are strategic as to what we appeal and whether or not they meet the threshold of being successful with an appeal. And there is a strategy moving forward that at this point in time, I don't think we will fully disclose in order to not give the other side an upper hand as to our strategy. Okay. I always took silence as a yes.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Young, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's further questions are asked at this time. I know Deputy Mayor Lavoie somewhat opened or commented, I guess, on short-term rentals, and I had a few questions, but is it proper to go back now? I have a few comments as well, but was it proper to go back at this point in time, or?
On
regards to the report, and I've gone through the report at length, but can we go back, or should we go back, I guess, or is it necessary to go back, I guess, and
go back
to have a look at the report again, or not? How about I just comment on without having to make a decision as to whether we can go back and ask questions on it?
Well, I guess the only item that's before us now in regards to short-term rentals, now, what was discussed in closed session, we cannot discuss in open. So what we were discussed earlier in closed session in regards to short-term rentals cannot be discussed and closed at this time, but you can discuss or make comments in regards to the report that Curtis Shelswell has brought forward in regards to that.
Okay.
As long as it's limited to that, that would be.
Yeah, it'd just be a comment. I'm not going to go and ask questions.
In regards to the report?
Yes, is that
in
general terms?
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah, I just want to, I guess my commentary is that I know a lot of it's administrative, having read every report the day after, so to speak, sort of thing, but I just want to ensure that, I know there's a lot of commentary as to when, and that was reading through the report when, but just to ensure from Curtis, I have no doubt that the response is going to be often when it's happening, as opposed to the next day and what can be done administratively, because that's when the problem's occurring. Not the next day, but I understand the fault. This is a new approach, and I understand why Deputy Mayor Lavoie brought this matter forward. Absolutely, and it should be addressed, and it should be addressed fully, as it has in Officer Shelswell's report here. But that's my only comment, I guess, on that, and that it's not just administrative exercise, so to speak, but and I'm glad it's being addressed further in that, but I just want to comment, I guess, further on a couple of things that occurred to me. Well, maybe I'm getting off the commentary aspect of it, but when there's been so much comment on the money generated by these companies, I don't know why the Revenue Canada hasn't jumped in. These are businesses operating, and in terms of they may want to do their own investigation in terms of the avoidance of taxes, in terms of really hammering these guys. I mean, that's how they got Capone, so to speak, type of thing.
No, and I concur at your comments, and without going off the topic that's before us at this point in time, the only comment I would make that hopefully brings some sort of resolution is Curtis is adjusting how we're going to move forward with this. We are continuously trying to make improvements on on how we address them, so we do address them more in a timely manner, especially outside of 9 in the morning till 5 at night. So we are making those adjustments and how we're going to approach this moving forward. Now that we've kind of set the guidelines, and in his report kind of explains how he's going to move forward. So I think it's all positive, and I know it's been this has been dragged out for long years, and we all want to see an end brought to it. So
resolution, absolutely. Yeah, just one more comment, and I'm not going to get too much in the report because it's you can read it yourself, so to speak, what's prepared and what's proposed and what will take place, sort of thing. But it occurs to me that from the fire Chief Murray's position, that if in fact these are deemed to be commercial establishments, there's an occupancy issue forthcoming, sort of thing. Whether he can get on that road as well in terms of inspecting or at least charging people, but on that end. But there's a number of avenues, and much of this has been discussed in the report here, and I'm glad to see I'm sure the residents are glad to see as well that not so much a different approach has been taking place, but there's some really serious action happening, and I know in the past I've suggested a 6 to 2 shift or an 8 to 4 shift when things are rocking down there, and I know that there's, from reading the report, that there has been some of that considered and taking. And I just want to comment one thing more on the safety, not only as has been mentioned here, the residents, but the safety of the bylaw officers themselves. And I can just tell you, as a former police officer, that responding to a domestic never really concerned me. You have usually 2 police officers, and they separate the parties and that sort of thing. But noisy parties, they're potentially very dangerous when you've got 10, 20, or 30, or 40 people who have all been drinking. And I'm sure that these residents here have seen that or experienced themselves, and a uniformed officer showing up there, and that's when the beer bottles start flying. And I've been there, so I understand the concern about the bylaw responding at those times, but therein lies the need to bring a uniform officer along, or uniform officers along, being the OPP and working in cooperation with it to shut the party down if required, sort of thing. So. Yeah,
no, a lot of these things have been identified, and they are part of the process as we continually to morph to find a sustainable solution. So appreciate your comments, Councillor, and Curtis is working diligently in order to get to a better spot, which we will this summer.
That was just in defense of Curtis and the enforcement of, at that time. So.
Yeah, okay. So, Councillor Bard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I guess it's more of a question. So we're going to be voting to accept these reports, and we've had somebody come forward to say that they would like amendments or something like updating the date from 2018 to 2017 and mentioning the safety of the residents as well. Is this something that can be added afterwards? Like, we're going to vote on the report as is, or okay, thank you. I appreciate
Mr. Mayor, the councillor raises a good point. The report that has gone forward is a report that is before you. From a record perspective, the corporate record, those comments that were put forward before council become part of the record. They're part of that whole decision process. We don't change a staff report. However, that was important conversation and points that were raised during the open forum.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, no, I don't see any further questions on the screen, and I don't see any within the chamber, so I'm going to call a vote. All in favor? Against? That is passed, Madam Clerk. Are there any updates from members of council as to township representatives with our partners or agencies? Councillor Bard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just The Orillia Public Library met last Wednesday, and they approved the budget for 2023, and they also approved the training plan for 2023. I just want to bring attention that the roles of libraries are rapidly changing, and the training needs to create not only excellent service, but it needs to keep up staff safety and staff morale. So they're going to focus on professional development as well as the legislated training and providing personal safety training for staff at the library. And secondary, I did attend the halls meeting last Wednesday as well, and I'd really like to thank the members of the community halls for their attention to keeping people safe and staff. I can't read my own writing, but Jessica, Roz, and Jody, okay, they brought the health unit in to do a safe foods training, so I thought that was very informative to the people at the halls to get everybody together, and so I'd like to thank everybody for that.
Thank you. Could I just ask a question? Just how are they working out? Because I know they were looking for funding and they were going to implement. I'm trying to remember. It wasn't the police, but security at the library to take care of any issues.
So I haven't been part of any discussions about the money for security guards, et cetera, but I know there was an incident at the library a couple of weeks ago. So there was communications with the detachment commander and the CEO, Bessie.
Yeah, Bessie.
Okay, so there is communications with OPP and the library about how to manage some of these situations and going forward, and how to debrief with staff afterwards and provide the support for staff after some kind of situation. And this training plan will bring forward ways in which be more proactive and educational and more supports. So as for your question, I don't have that information about money or hiring an officer or anything like that.
No, I know Bessie Sullivan does an amazing job, and they have an amazing staff at the Orillia Library. And the challenges they are facing are no different than all other libraries in any urban or town, urban center or town. It's a place where people go that are less fortunate to stay warm or, to get out from the elements of nature. So they do a great job though, and I think you'll realize that as well, being a part of the board. Any other comments at this time or updates? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, to the rest of council and to the public. I just wanted to take this opportunity to update to everyone on the Good Roads Conference that the mayor and I attended, and on April 16th and 18th. The key objective of this was to attend 3 ministerial delegations. And I want to say first and foremost that none of this would have been possible without the productive efforts of staff, and in particular Jenny Leggett, Vanessa Cooper, Sean Binns, Michelle Jacoby, Carla Musso Garcia, Hugh Murray, and Derek Whitlib, in terms of presenting a script and presenting the issues that were necessary to convey to the ministers and their parliamentary assistants. So with regard to that, we met with Deepak Anand, the parliamentary assistant to the Ministry of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, who was very encouraging with his comments with regard to Oro-Medonte as being well-positioned in terms of its employment lands, and certainly in terms of growth. We see more growth predicted for Oro-Medonte by way of employment than actual residency. So this will keep our lands available for agriculture. He did point to the taking advantage of Skills Development Fund offered through the Ministry of Colleges and Universities, and through this is a possibility to maybe apply to become a hub for firefighter training, which of course is a major concern for all of our communities, given the extensive amount of training that's required compared to in the past. We also met with Minister Mulrooney. the Minister of Transportation and the Minister of Francophone Affairs. And I want to thank everybody, staff and previous councils, for making the issue of the Warminster crossing a very prominent issue with regard to the ministry crossing Highway 12. The Minister Mulroney did agree to take over the funding of this project at Warminster and Highway 12, which is tremendous news, as it does release $235,000 back to our budget. And I do want to emphasize that regardless of anything else, that this council and previous councils were willing to ensure the safety of their citizens, our citizens, you as residents, by paying for that ourselves. I also want to ensure that we thank the residents who brought this to the council's attention, because it's an important part of the democratic process, whereby you make your concerns known, and hopefully over the course of time it will get addressed, and hopefully in a satisfactory fashion. And finally, we did meet with Minister Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. He was very interested in the progress of the 3 principal MZOs that he had issued here. And he was interested in ensuring that they were progressing. He's not interested in signing any more, and is directing applicants of any MZOs to the Housing Accelerator Program. This is an important development, I think. It's important for us to ensure that the ones that were issued come to completion, or we find other ways to develop those lands. He does see, as well as we do, a synergy in the airport and employment development in that area of the airport, and agrees with Parliamentary Assistant Anand that we could take advantage of programs offered through the Ministry of Colleges and Universities. And he finally also, by finally I mean lastly, is interested in seeing municipalities settle their own border issues. And the mayor alluded to that earlier. He's not interested in coming in and drawing the red line on our behalf. So to the extent that, the expansion from the south or the north, he wants to ensure that the parties get together and talk about it, and so do we. I just want to say finally, in closing, that all parties saw benefits through the continued development of the employment lands in our township. And there appears to be funding available from provincial and federal sources to assist with our initiatives. And council and staff will continue to explore these opportunities in the coming months. So thank you very much. And that was, I think, a very successful day of meeting with the ministers.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I'm going to speak to one committee that I attended recently, and that was the county's accessibility committee. And what was being discussed at that time, what was the presentation was asked to was about the planned school on Horseshoe Valley, the planned school and community center. And he indicated, he went through all the required by law accessibility requirements, such as push-button doors and ramps and parking close to entrances and washroom facilities, accessible washroom facilities. But it occurred to me, I'm listening to this gentleman here, and I guess just give my background. Not only that, but what's happening south of the border here in terms of schools. And here we have a school going up, and what additional security, if any, is being considered in terms of keeping people out that shouldn't be in there. And I know that there's a lot has changed in terms of schools securing back doors and difficult to get in without identifying yourself and all that. Usually now one entrance being the main entrance sort of thing, you know. But I began to question him about certain things as to the any upgrade or change in security to a school that children will attend. And his response was a bit of a blank on his face there, because I don't think he even, well, they did in fact consider that, or, you know, it was just business as usual. You know, the standard doors at the back, the push button doors, and I have great difficulty with that. Again, it's not business as usual. And I think that this is an opportunity that where the possibility has to be considered. Certainly, and if those devices are available, whether it be those panic bars, that as soon as that door opens, everybody knows about it. You see these in different commercial buildings around, that they tell you right there, press the bar and the alarm's going to sell off. But part of the issue, of course, is that somebody using a back door will prod it open in terms of not having to go around the front. But this is sort of a process that has to be learned by teachers or otherwise staff or anybody else to prevent. We know that's how several of them got in, prop doors type of thing, you know, that had been left ajar. So I would like to invite that gentleman here from the company. That's not to chastise him, but now that they know he was making notes, what additional plans have, or what have been altered in terms of the security of that building. I think it's a very real need. I think we're living in a different age, and those events have happened in Canada, as we all know, different places. But, you know, my view is the less opportunity you have to get into a building, meaning less doors, there's less opportunity for somebody being in there that shouldn't be there. And of course the fire code comes into play, that sort of thing. But what struck me again was, despite what's happening south of the border, that it was business as usual, same stuff. And I think it's the message that got through to him, hopefully, that they'll come back. And my understanding, the approval for the whole unit there has to come before council, but it's an opportunity certainly for us to question him. And you know, these devices don't cost a lot, but you know, you compare the price of a surveillance system or a system where somebody in the office knows immediately when that door is opened, or a central locking system. You know, that you compare that to the cost of a child's life, and there's no comparison, is there? So I just mentioned that, and something that we can invite that gentleman, or likely will be invited here, I guess, to just give an overview of what security measures they have implemented or plan to implement in light of bringing it to their attention. So that's as much as I have at this point with regards to the Accessibility Committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. It's been a long day. Councillor Young. Keep it short next time. Okay. Well, thank you. Is there any other comments? I guess. Oh, sorry, Councillor Schell, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Please go ahead, sir.
The Heritage Committee, we missed you there, Councillor Hutchison. And I don't have my notes in front of me, but Jeanette took a lot of notes for us and she got them posted on the public page. So I invite everybody to have a look at them and follow up, and we'll see you at the next meeting, Councillor Hutchison. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no other comments, I guess I will just make a couple quick comments in regards to the good roads. And I think the big message we took from the ministers was all positive, and it was about providing solutions and identifying levers that we could utilize within their programming and the federal programming that may help us move some of the projects along the 7th line, which I think is very advantageous because it's important to the entire community. The other thing was that annexation is not the solution they're looking to engage at this point. So that is definitely a positive message for this township. And they realize that we do need more employment land. and hopefully that they will get the support. And I know Mr. Whitlib has resubmitted from our last presentation when the county council said we didn't need more employment land. So we will get to a better spot. And then just county council yesterday, nothing major to report from the actual committee as a whole, but there was a special council after that where there was a 3.5 hour presentation on waste management. And I think what was the eye-opener to many of my colleagues that sat there is how complex but how significant the issue is, and we do need to find a solution. It's not a solution where we can just say it's the province's problem, it's all of our problem. And we are running out of landfill sites, and we need to find a better solution, even though we do rank very high as far as the diversion rate. We're the second in the province as far as our diversion rate of recyclables and organics. So I commend not just the residents in this township, but in the entire county for being very responsible in trying to find a solution. But we've come a long way, but we have a long way to come. So that said, that's really it in a nutshell, because a lot's already been presented by Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Madam Clerk, there is no motion for 13A, is there? No.
No, there isn't.
Okay, so we'll go now to 13B, and could we have the motion for 13B, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the correspondence dated April 6th, 2023 from Sarah Hutton, Assistant General Manager, Mount St. Louis Moonstone, and presented by Mayor Greenlaw, request for letter of support for Southwestern Ontario Development Fund grant be received, that the request for a letter of support be approved and sent under the mayor's signature.
Okay, so just to give you a quick little update on this, so they're applying for the Southwestern Ontario Development Fund a support letter to attach to their application for snowmaking and lift operation expansion. And I think we all know and can contest that this has been an amazing facility to this township for decades. That started off as a small family business, and they have grown and grown and have contributed to the economy of this township. So a very small ask of a great community business, and so I want to make sure, because I know the applications go in early next month. So if I can get council's support with this letter, it'd be greatly appreciated. That said, I will call a vote. All in favor? Oh, my apologies. I before that, I see Councillor Schell has his hand up. Councillor Schell?
No, I was just jumping ahead on the vote.
Oh, okay. Wow, God, you are quick. You should maybe consider Jeopardy. But,
yes.
Okay, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried, Madam Clerk. Are there any announcements from members of council that they would like to make at this time? Councillor Bard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. The Jarrett Hall is having a pancake breakfast and spring craft show on May 6th from 10 to 2 at the Jarrett Hall. And the Aurelia Public Library is having a fundraiser for their Born to Read program at St. Paul's Concert Center on May 17th.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements? I guess a comment is I did attend the Carly Hall pancake and fortunately or unfortunately, Councillor Young was already there, so I wasn't sure if he was just drinking coffee at that time, but they wouldn't tell me how many plates of pancakes he purchased. But
I always stick around for leftovers. Always with my bag.
But they had a line out the door. It's great to see us come out of COVID, but they had an amazing attendance, and it was packed, and it was great to see. So That said, we'll now move to, oh, I apologize, Councillor Shell. Usually I can just look left and I can see your card up, but I got to look up in the corner for your hand. So please go ahead.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Yeah, sorry, I didn't, I meant to say this earlier, but I was leaving it for Councillor Bard. The career fair this Friday for the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce at career fair and job finding at Mount St. Louis Ski Resort.
Perfect. Thank you for mentioning. Councillor Shell, what are the hours? Would you know?
Yep, Friday from 4 to 8 p.m. and Saturday 10 to 4 p.m.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other announcements? Seeing none, let's move to consent agenda. Are there any items you would like to see pulled from the consent agenda? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, may we have a motion?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the staff recommendation with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Young.
No, I thought you said pulled as opposed to...
Pulled to discuss separately.
Oh, okay. I meant the other P-U-L. That's what I thought you meant. But I do have a commentary or a statement here.
Okay, please go ahead.
It's just item 15C, regards to New Path Youth and Family Services and the proclamation of Children's Mental Health Week. And what I'd like to indicate to the group there, that if they require me as a counselor to attend any of their functions, I'm more than willing to do so, just to support their what they're doing in terms of mental health for the kids, and which extends, of course, into teens. So just want that noted by if they're watching, or that I'm available.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. Okay, so Madam Clerk, I know I maybe should have pulled that to had discussion, but we can we?
Mr. Mayor, there's no need to pull it. It's only if it's going to be decided on separately. A comment or a question doesn't require it to be pulled for separate discussion.
Okay. So call a vote. All in favor? That's carried. Communications. May we have a motion for 16A, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the correspondence received on April the 18th, 2023 from Julia Wambolt of Curbex Media, request for exemption to the township sign bylaw be received, that the exemption be granted to allow Curbex Media to install 6 illuminated signs at 2921 Highway 11 North. That Curbex Media contact the township's municipal law division once the installation is complete for the final inspection, and that the applicant be advised of council's decision under the manager of municipal law's signature.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any questions or comments regarding this? Okay. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, I just want to comment that I think that the signage will probably enhance the look coming up Highway 11. It looks very well organized and reasonably attractive. So thank you very much for the efforts to undertake this project.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, I just want to concur with that Deputy Mayor Lavoie stated as well. I've seen the pictures, the colored pictures, as opposed to my black and white here on my screen at home. But I concur with what you said. It is very attractive, and it does improve the building there, which I go by on a regular basis. So thank you.
Councillor Shell.
Yes, is that, I don't have anything here to see. Is that one of those big billboards that's lit up?
No, I believe what they're looking at, Councillor Shell, I believe it's the front facing of what is commonly referred to as the old food building on the 7th line, just approaching the 7th line if you're going north. of putting what is now unilluminated, but putting illuminated signs across the facing of that building.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Perfect.
No, perfect.
That's a good idea.
No, and I concur with the comments, because anything we can do to increase the beautification or the aesthetics of the Highway 11 corridor going through. I know there are some other properties we'd like to see enhanced, and hopefully it will come in time. But I think anything we can do to spruce up the image of our township on those traveling through would be greatly appreciated and an asset to our township. So if there's no other comments, I'd call a vote. All in favor? That is approved and carried. Thank you. There is no notice of motions, so Madam Clerk, may we have a motion for the bylaw, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that bylaw 2023-027 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, being engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? That is carried. There are no closed session items. May we have the confirmation bylaw?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-029, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, April 26, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, being engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion to adjourn?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 7:37.
All in favor? That is unanimous, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much, everybody, for the great discussion tonight. I think we've made a lot of good headway and good relationship building within our township. And good luck to all the Canadian teams that are still alive and pushing in the NHL playoffs. Take care.